Good evening. Tonight we're finally starting on the post-game of A Realm Reborn. So it's going to be a lot of talking with NPCs from what I remember. There might be a few dungeons, might be a few trials, but it's going to be a lot of talking. The big question is how much of the talking that has been cut out since I did it last. And of course there's a queue. She looks very unplussed by the queue. I wonder when we would unlock access to the Emperor's outfit, or if we actually, I can't remember if we found out that we needed a crafter or a gatherer up in level to get it. I just remember that we looked at it last week and unfortunately didn't get it. Oh right, we got a mount. Completely forgot. Completely forgot to add that to the list. Welcome back, Pokeshack. How are you doing? See, we were doing something where we had to be at... Yes, right. Return to the Waking Sands. I'm okay, Pokeshack. Actually, I'm really happy that everyone, or at least the people watching the premiere for my video, was very happy to see it. Like, because I was a little worried that it would be, you know, a little bit too divisive of a subject, and people would get really like annoyed by the concept of discussing this a little bit sensitive subject in a more neutral light, in my opinion. But it seems like most were happy with it, and yeah, I could see. I also checked it back, like just after the premiere finished. I hopped out of the video and opened it directly on YouTube to check, just to be sure that everything was fine and the cut wasn't there. But I do recall that when the cut happened, from my perspective, I got like the video stopped, like I didn't have internet to watch, and then a few seconds of video like continued, and then it made the cut, and it cut like 30 seconds forward, or 10 to 15 seconds forward. It was I was like, if it was like that for real, I would have had to re-upload it. But that would be without a premiere. I would just probably try and re-upload it immediately, and then just have to, you know, delay the stream a little bit, because we can't have like a video that is like janky like that. I don't want to do that. But I'm glad you also checked, and it seems like I think it was just me and Red Fluffy, I think, that had issues, at least that were vocal about it. Now then. Recall your meeting with the Admiral shortly after the Luminescent sent word of the summoning of Titan? Then mayhap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Melvib that her people had broken their treaty with the Kobolds, and that the Beastmen had justly responded that we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke, in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because, owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Luminescents to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Menphilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. Oh. Oh yeah. Thancred. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Caetsu. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Pokeshack says, maybe it's the internet or the premiere there, because that of the cut. I really don't know. Like, normally the thing is that I've posted the video like a week, like days in advance, so if there was any issues on YouTube's end, surely they would have said something.
I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at the cost of our principles? Neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiance need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Ul'dah now, and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes.
Yeah, she just said that, yeah. You made an FC with some friends. That's awesome, Pokeshack. The best part is that you have, like, friends in the game to play with, and especially if you're in the same free company. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand, whilst the other resteth ever on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations, nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen. Defiant in defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the one to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortune so finite. I think we're gonna need those quests from Urianger later. That's really wonderful, Pokeshack. Have you gotten a house yet? Well, actually, that would be really, really impossible, because it's only been like a week, right? Alphino? Alphinot? The situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Caetsu. I think the best part about that cutscene is that you could see Minfilia's hair like wobble as though she was just spawned in or something. Or like flung from somewhere else to stand there.
Alphino, Caetsu is Artemis.
You decide council, and so you shall have it. Minfilia, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ul'dah. We must do what? So long as we remain within Ul'dah territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize they are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an aetherite. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause. Which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length and plant our banner in a place which all agree to be beyond their borders. I agree, we also need knockback immunity. And enemies that hit us need to be slowed, so they hit us slower and not as much. That makes it easier for me to survive as a Dragoon, you see. Mordona. Riven is tall, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and her people over the years. But I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Ul'dah is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we have built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make at antecedent. I ask only that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are as much your family as... That will be all, Alphino. Okay. I'm sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. I think finally we found a drop that is actually helpful. This is really funny though, we can choose between these two. I believe critical hit might be better, but skill speed isn't particularly helpful, and direct hit tends to be good when you don't have a lot of crit anyway. So I think we'll take the maiming one. And Pokeshack says, soon we will have our own house in, I believe. I hope so too. Depending on how large the server you are on is, it may be harder or easier to get to get a house. If you aim for a smaller one, that usually helps a lot because free companies tend to not want to settle for that. Although I'm not sure because the house that my free company has, we yoinked while everyone was busy getting large houses in Ishgard. So we have a medium house in Ishgard. You already recommended one of my videos, mainly the ninja one. I'm really glad to hear that. I think my ninja guide, both the low and high level ones, are pretty popular just because the ninja job is really complicated on the absolute basic level. Alphinaud is the staff. Alphinaud? Alphinaud, that'll be all. Thank you. Thank you. I believe that's Louisoir's staff, Pokeshack. Just on a more serious note. I'm pretty sure that's Louisoir's staff. And presumably it broke when he did the thing in the video and that. Moving on. Leave Uldar. Has it truly come to this? Yep, I'd say so, Minfilia. Oh, Caetsu, pray attend to Alphino. I'm impressed you can see me. He's engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance, does he now? Pray be on your way. Alphino waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. Okay, she can see me. Fair enough. Oh dear. Oh dear. Level 57, might I add. It's the only thing left of him after the Dalamud incident 5 years ago. Yeah, exactly. That sounds about right. Hey, Alphino? Only thing missing is him telling me that he doesn't actually need my help. Confound it! She knows what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Flamin was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Uldar. She was a performer of singular talent and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlian minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia too struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamin's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate, for whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamin is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliad, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. Wasn't Father Iliad the guy in the church next, like, who was hanging out with Marquise? If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth from Lanacea at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegeruju as to the veracity of these rumors. Alright. $61 68, 1 point of item level, and you reach the... Yeah, true! The nice item level. The nice item level. Wait, can... Oh yeah, we can fly now! That changes some things. Ah, you've arrived. Let us see if Master Gegeruju can shine any light onto the rumors regarding Flamin. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Mikoto muse, why have you forsaken me? Titan's bane! I mean, Caetsu, what brings you to my humble resort? Flamin, you mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so very recently was the songstress of Uldar? Egads, woman, if I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. Okay. Oh, for shame. To think that she now plies her trade for the riffraff off to the west, or wherever she said she was going. It's a tragedy. I say, a tragedy. West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegeruju. Your information shall serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. I can use the max potential of the magic school bus, yeah indeed. You know, it's funny. Originally, we were told that basically flying in A Realm Reborn zones were never gonna happen because there wasn't resources for it. And then the following patch after that was stated, they added it anyway. Because some of the developers found some free time to do it. Like to just fix up and like just do the bare basics so that you could fly in all Realm Reborn zones without it looking completely terrible. And then they gave it to us. It's a bit like how they said, oh yeah, Viera and Hrothgar won't be able to use hats for the most part. And then they got released, well, you know, with access to a lot of helmets. Not everything, but a lot. Because some devs decided to add it anyway.
Well, if it isn't Caetsu, the savior of Vineport, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but... her perfume was so ghastly I had no choice but to eject her from the premises, interfering with tastings, you understand. If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer, given that I could smell the woman from a mile away. I dare say he could smell her from 10.
Fair point. What do you unlock? Oh yeah, right, the treasure maps. Why can't I talk with my blind friend then? Exactly. Much love to the dev team.
You want to know if I've seen a Mikota lass by the name of Flamin? I wish! I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. Except yourself, of course.
I like that little bonus detail where they acknowledge that your character might in fact also be female.
I see you have had many grand adventures since last we spoke, Caetsu. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago, one does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Raincatcher Gully, and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there.
I like how we're told that people think she's basically dead, only for her to like show up out of nowhere, and her first move is to just go and work places. So the calamity happens and she just goes, I think I'm just gonna disappear. I'm just gonna disappear from the world. Sure. That doesn't look foreboding at all. Oh, I should have stayed and helped the bard. My bad.
I'm in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gubyu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make perfume, you see, and I...
Now you listen here.
A Flamin? I don't. Who are you? Whom do you serve?
It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Hulda, I presume. Minfilia, or should I say, Asilia, is looking for you. Asilia? Hey, Ghost Howler, how you doing? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you're dead. I can only conclude this was by design. The question is, why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me, more than you know, but tell me, sojourns in the forests of Lanacea aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, say? Let me just catch up on chat. Ghost Hollow says, can't stick around today. My sleep schedule is bordering insomnia. Oh, okay. That's a shame, but it's good if you like. The most important thing is that you sleep right. That is super important for your mental health and also your future life. So sleep well, Ghost Howler. It's very important. And thank you for passing by. And thank you. And Pokeshack says, I'll be honest with you, I swore that the Flamin that we found in this part would be a false Flamin, that she had lost her memory, or was not who we thought, because it was very easy to find her, and I do not see the point in not going to see Minfilia. Yeah, I can see that. Like, I actually expected it when we just ran up to her there to be like, oh, I can't remember who I am, or perhaps, that it's the wrong person. Either one would work. But this also works. Her just being weird. This is not at all how I had envisioned it. I can scarcely begin to imagine what emotions will go through in Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. Another ring. I guess we'll take the intelligence one, since we might find that helpful for the Black Mage in due time. Hey, Flamin, can we? Oh, we can get some more. This one is good. This is really good. Crit directed. You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I've kept her waiting for long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. Oh, okay. That doesn't happen much nowadays. In newer quests, they'll usually have you either go there manually or teleport or something manually. Doesn't just send you there. But it makes sense. Why wouldn't we follow them here? Hey, Minfilia. I even got here first. Antecedent, you have a guest. Lamin! Asilia. I haven't seen her like this in years, Kaitsu. I never truly believed it.
I really like me just here. Hi.
I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead, but what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue it you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Asilia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you.
It's a perfume I've developed for 5 years.
Celestia perfume, you remembered. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Caetsu, however. I could have not made it without her.
Hi.
Thank you, Caetsu. Thank you both. There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you kept it.
I'm still here.
My father was a member of the Alamecan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Uldar. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamin who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I am no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know, about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamin as a gift. She said it was beautiful, but there I am at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Asilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you may still go. Must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You have succeeded where I failed, and made...
Did I just cut out? I think I cut out. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we're back. I can see that there was a very brief, complete cut in my connection, but apparently not enough for me to crash or to get kicked out of the game. But just enough that my stream cut for just a moment. From what I could tell, anyway. Sorry about that. Let's take that line again.
But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Asilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Science must leave Uldar. Lamin. You built it once, Asilia. You can build it again, and this time we'll do it together. Truly. Alphino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll, as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Valdesian. Preparations begin at once. Pokeshack says, I have Bluetooth headphones and I was far away from the PC. I heard that you suddenly shut up, but I didn't see anything. I came back when I heard you say that it cut off, but I didn't see anything strange. Yeah, okay. I personally only saw it cut out for a few seconds. Like, I was reading the line and then like my eyes moved over to see that there was like the circle loading on my my preview of what's happening. And then I turned to look at OBS, where I had a big red square where it's normally green. And that's when I started asking, but I guess I had already sort of re-established connection by then. And thank you for the summary. It's really nice to have a second opinion so that I know whether things are going wrong on my end, or it's everyone. Laying the foundation. Another necklace, wouldn't you know? It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there's so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Toll would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the Guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Antecedent. Just call him Infilia, seriously. Really, Alphino, if I need concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps, I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted, and here I am. Nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll? Very efficient, Alphino. It is an honor, Antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Note that my associates at Revenant's Toll holds the science of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. There are, of course, certain provisions which must needs be negotiated. If it please you, I would do so. It does. Ma'am, unless I'm much mistaken, you're the one known as Caetsu, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance? Some also call me Dancing One. Sloughborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Gallian castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. Pokecheck says, when Philia only hears her mother. Yeah, actually, that's very interesting that she completely changed tone when her mother came and said, do the thing Alphino said. Almost word for word. Well, well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Caetsu. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have travelled so far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care. Was that 2.1? I found a massive book just to look really busy, yet she comes and interrupts me anyway. The audacity. Did you see how big that book was? Ah, Caetsu, were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there's something he would share with us. You add a Lalafell to any cutscene or any picture, and it just immediately becomes cuter and less serious, just by default. Unless there's a very mischievous evil grin on the Lalafell, then it just becomes awkward. You're here. Good. I come bearing news. Not good or bad, just news. The negotiations are concluded. And? Our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Soul. The Science of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Motostana, the Rising Stones. A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. From the waking sands to the rising stones, passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? What? I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans. And they have each pledged their full support, General Raban included. Why specifically General Raban? Raban is getting singled out. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our Order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. Are you sure that is wise, Antecedent? If anything, it is a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Signs of the Seventh Dawn stand for.
Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have a right to know who saved them.
It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and once to all, and at once to all. And what of you? Well, we who have filled primals and faced down the Empire, to you, my fellow Scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them, as we have time and again, united as one. Yes, and no one will die. No one will die, certainly. We will all make it through. And be like one big hero family.
There must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Flamin to teach me the basics of mining too.
Oh dear, side quest time. Hypothetical side quest. Bokshak says, I feel that the Adventurers Guild does not have much relevance in history for how relevant they are, and that the adventurers are one of the most demanded human resources in all countries. Yeah, I guess it's just that whenever the Adventurers Guild does something, it's just implied that the Adventurers Guild did something when an adventurer did something. And if it's an adventurer that did something, then in most cases, it's just some guy that came by and saved the day, right? So it means that it, like, either it gets credited to Bob the Regadin or anonymous person, but rarely ever the Adventurers Guild directly.
Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alphino, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after I had expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slavborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road and represent us well, Caetsu.
To Revenant's Toll! Bokshak says, that's true, the Scions are supposed to be a secret organization, but everyone knows them and knows where they live. That's why I like what happens after the Keeper of the Lake in terms of history. It's probably a good idea to set this as our free location. We're gonna visit here a lot, probably. Hey, Slavborn.
I was told to expect a Scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long, Caetsu. You have something for me, yes?
I have a letter.
Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? Well, that we had a dozen more like you. Since we don't, though, we'll just give you the work of a dozen men.
Ha! I jest. Take the intelligence one. Ooh, crit determination. That's also really good. And a minion. And an item level 70 weapon. That's really, really helpful. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. But I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important woman such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern, where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. It may get a bit raucous at times. Raucous? A bit raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be as good a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me, I'll show you around. Sorry, Slavborn. Phone.
Is that you, Caetsu? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gidania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste.
Is everything quite alright, friend? Yeah, I had a phone call, you see. I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear this is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return anytime after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Are you serious? Go to the Waking Sands. Okay, talk with 3 people. Now go to Motostana. Now talk with 1 person. Alright. Now return to the Waking Sands again. And Pokeshak says, the only ones from the Adventurers Guild that we know are Slavborn and the owners of the 3 inns. True. And the guildmates in Western Lanacea, although the latter does not count as part of the Adventurers Guild. my candy dealer calls me. Would Tataro be my candy dealer? Tataro, do you give me candy?
A messenger from the Twin Adder came to the Waking Sands while you were in Motostana. I wasn't privy to his conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that the Ixal have summoned Garuda again? Or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the Shroud? Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing you can't handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do.
You have selected Regicide. Don't go. I got confused for a second. I had a feeling that I had to teleport to a 3rd place. Hey Minfilia, you want to talk with me again?
I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania.
Thine arrival is customarily timely, Caetsu. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex.
We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Urianger says, the readings bear strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Moggles guard beyond such follies.
Moggles guard? Didn't it say Moggle? I'm pretty sure it said Moggles guard. Oh, you thought I was going to immediately go to Gridania. No. I would have immediately tried to click the quest and find that it pointed me back into the room like I did. I wouldn't just, like, blank fire teleport to Gridania. That would be incredibly wasteful.
Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation.
Thy presence hath been requested by Commander Hulois. He await... Hulois? Hulois. Commander Hulois. He awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest.
Pray hasten to Gridania, Caetsu. Ida and Papalimo will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
And now we go to Gridania. Pokeshak says, no offense, but sometimes you do things like when you forget to grab the Aetherites, and that's why I said it. Oh yeah, I know, it's totally fine, Pokeshak. That one is Absolutely justified. I've done that like 2 or 3 times by now, right? And it's just annoying for myself as for you to just watch me make the mistake on stream. So I appreciate you watching out for me. A pleasure to see you as always, Private Chaiji. Thank you for coming so swiftly. I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. Hand me the loot, I guess, apparently. Allow me to explain, but first, have this. Very nice. How does this look? That looks very gruesome. And a minion. Hail to the king, Kubo. I don't want to listen to last week's facepalm again. Oh yeah, me getting to Motostana and then not picking up the aetherite. That one was like legendary, even for me. Not long ago, the Moggle Kublokop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moggle kind, one which would imperil the entire Twelveswood if left unchecked. You proved an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Moggles. The rest you should hear from Kublokop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Stand. Alright, to the Lotus Stand then. Wait, it might be faster to just go through here instead of looking for an aetherite. But that particular one with missing Madonna was particularly bad. You see cuts, is it your internet? I don't know. It might be mine. But I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if I can do anything about it. Hopefully it's not too bad. My guess is that if there is like the slightest little delay in my delivery of the stream from my location, then because of the ultra low delay setting that I've set, it might more quickly become apparent that there is a delay. Whereas if the delay is larger, then YouTube can like compensate for it or something. But I can't change it midstream, unfortunately, so hopefully it's not too bad. And if it is too bad, then I'll make sure to use just the low delay setting next time. That's the best I can do, Pokeshack.
The other scions have already arrived, ma'am. May I show you in?
But it might not be your connection, Pokeshack. I can't remember if there was a lot of cuts Tuesday when we did the PvP stream, but it was in the same settings there. Say it was so cut off that I know you were explaining something, but I didn't hear it. Oh, I'm sorry. That's really annoying.
Please, you have to stop them, but you mustn't kill them. They're not bad Moggles, Kubo. They're just misguided. A gentle, firm thrashing is in order, yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kublokop. Can't you not see that she hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful am I that you have come, Caetsu, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kublokop has brought to us news of a most unsettling development.
It would seem that good King Moggle the 12th has returned to Eorzea.
A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I must myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Moggle mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Kupo. Nice. In spite of this, or possibly because of their last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So good King Moggle the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time has come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Moogles should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down, but good King Moggle the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Moogles came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Moggle the 12th. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Mooglekind might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand. That being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea. The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Moggle the 12th, praise his name, is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Moogles with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I can fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you, who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this latest period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Mogglesguard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes come what may be. I assure you, the Mogglesguard only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Moggle the 12th, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo, verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summon Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Moogles in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Mooglekind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus, do we beseech you, Caetsu, confront good King Moggle the 12th and drive him from our midst. Humbly I do thank you. The sanctuary of the Mogglesguard and their liege lord is That is good King Moggle the 12th, praise be to you, is concealed by magical wards. Brother Esumiyan of the Conjurers Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. He's got that jiggling fever.
the most big small brain moment I've ever seen. The Mordona thing last week. Yeah, that was pretty much what I think I was explaining, Pokeshack. So you didn't really miss out on that much. It's still annoying when there's a cut. It's like just as much for me as for you. Because I really want to make sure you're having fun. Crypt says, I like your videos. I learned most of the things I know in Final Fantasy XIV from your channel. I'm actually playing alongside you on my alt. I just passed to say that. Never got to catch you on stream. Time zone and stuff. Oh yeah, I get that. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm so happy that you learned a lot. That is really what is the most important to me, that people get some value out of my videos. And you're playing alongside me on your alt. That's really awesome. So that means that you've also recently gotten through Ultimate Weapon? With your alt, I mean. But I totally understand. Like, the reason that I have a stream tomorrow morning is specifically because of time zone stuff, so I'm very acquainted with that. Thank you so much for passing by, if even just to say that. I hope you're doing well, by the way, if you're still here. And also, Pokeshack says, the good King Moggle Mark the 12, praise be, and the good King Moggle Mark the 12, insert praises. I think praise be works very well as just like a general praise. Welcome, Caetsu, welcome. That you should be the one to face good King Moggle Mark the 12, praise be, is of great comfort to me and to the elementals both. As I am sure you know, the Moogles are not by their nature a warlike race, yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary, and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. Casting ring. Actually, at the start, you passed near me when I was online. That's oh, you're on the same server as me. Oh, I see. That's really cool. That's really cool. Wow. Imagine if one day we could do some of the raids and trials as a community, so that it becomes more of a even more of a community adventure than just Smol Caetsu Chaiji's own solo adventure. That would be really fun. That's a funny way to notice that I was streaming. Wait a minute, isn't that? I'm pretty sure. Let me just check. Pokeshack says, I'm very fond of brother Izumiyan. He's a good guy and a good guildmaster. Yeah, he's very chill. Even if his eyes would have you think that he's like he looks very focused. I have said before that people are absolutely welcome to walk up to me and say hi if they see me in game. I don't find it annoying. If one day there is enough people that would come and talk with me while I'm in game that I would have trouble doing things, then I would say something. But otherwise, it's always okay. If you see me, you're always welcome to poke me or send a message. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. See you later, Crypt, and enjoy the VOD later. Thank you so much. You have selected Regicide. Ding ding. The wards bearing access to the King's Sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the self-same method employed 5 years ago when first the King was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the Guardians who then held the keystones. for none were in our possession at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kublukop confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Moggle themselves, yet, wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the King's Sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for fear that the Moggles might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. You mean good King Moggle the 12th, praise be? We must needs have Kublukop's keystones, Caetsu. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at Westshore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. And we could get a dungeon from him, apparently. And gloves from her. Something about essential oils, apparently. To the Lancers Guild. And then completely run past the Lancers Guild because we are talking with Kublukop and not the Lancers Guild. I wonder how often we ever have to visit the Lancers Guild after we've done the story of the job or the class.
So, how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there truly is no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Room Pier. I'll go on ahead.
I like how it says purchase, but it doesn't cost anything.
Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king, praise be, will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him.
Hello. I brought us a toothpick.
We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this Lalafell? Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his kinsmoggles. He plots treason against the crown.
Enough! Kublukop will answer for his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Moggle the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo.
It's difficult coming up with like 7 different Moogle voices.
The king is planning to purge the 12th wood of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late.
That was very quick that escalated, like, extremely quickly. Like 2 minutes ago we were like, we probably have a lot of time. Let's see what we can do.
The entrance to Thornmarch is deep within the bramble patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, the Moggle's guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo.
Escort Kublukop safely to the warded entrance. Should you fail to defend him, or move too far away, he will return to Sweet Room Pier, where you may rendezvous with him before trying again.
Excellent. Oh yeah, that's true, Pokeshack. They changed the fight, right? Oh, I am supposed to just go for it. I see. I thought he was just gonna do the classic MMO thing of going slightly slower than running speed and slightly faster than walking speed and just be really annoying. Wait, oh, he is doing that. Excellent. Where are the enemies? Oh, they're there. Why is it that random animals are just attacking us? What did you do last time you were here, Kublokop? Why are these squirrels mad at you? Did you steal their nuts? Their Kupo nuts? Or what's happening here? How about this monkey? What did you do? What have you done, Kublokop? What did you do? Oh man. I'm glad they don't do these kinds of quests that much anymore. Because this is a little annoying. At least he heals up. I need to watch out for that stroper. I specifically need to make sure to keep my stun for it. Because of that. Bokshak says, we only go 2 minutes to talk to them. Nothing can possibly go wrong. 10 minutes later, Smol and the corpse of 10 Moogles were actually unconscious and screaming while committing regicide, and the good King Moggle Mark the 12th, praise be, disappears. Yeah, something like that, depending, well, 10 minutes later, depends on whether there's going to be a 5 to 10 minute wait on queue when we reach it. Finally, we've done it, Kublokop. We're here, Kupo. I don't see any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king? Praise be, Kupo. Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you're tuned to an etherite, Kupo. I'll open the way for you. Attuning. I've done it. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Moogles a lesson and send the king, praise be, back whence he came. Thorn March. And that's the first one you get where it says hard. So I can imagine a lot of players reached this point was like, what? Oh no. 8 minutes. Oh dear. Hunting log? Hunting log? Hello, hunting log. Oh right, we already finished that one, but we need a higher rank to access more. Where's the easy one? Yeah, exactly. We have easy Bowl of Embers, easy Navel, easy Howling Eye, easy Porta de Cumana, so where's easy Thorn March? Where's easy Thorn March? See, everything is in Highlands, in Coerthus. Let's head to Coerthus then. Not that I need the experience, but that's something to do. And it's a lot easier to do now that we can fly. And we have a somewhat decent weapon. A realm awoken? That's the scarier version of a realm reborn.
These enemies fall a lot easier now that we have a level appropriate weapon. Oh, okay. A Realm Awoken is the name of 2.1. Right, okay. I actually didn't know. It didn't occur to me. Sorry about that. But still, it does sound like the hardcore version of A Realm Reborn, doesn't it? Where would the Downy Aves be? Oh, that's it, of course. I saw the picture and was like, I just saw this picture twice. That's true. Of course 2.1 would have like a subtitle of some sort like that. Just like how the most recent patch has its own name in the same way. It's just so long ago that I don't know, and usually the subtitle of a patch sort of like fades into memory as it just becomes the number, because it's easier to keep track of. Finally, in Whitebrim, the Batelier. Batelier. Oh, there they are. Excellent. I was just about to miss them. Now, what next? Dragonfly, that's also around here. Through the Maelstrom. It is the most remembered name of A Realm Reborn. I'm guessing that's when we meet Leviathan, is it not? Leviathan, Leviathan. Actually, isn't the song, like the song for Leviathan, like his theme, isn't that named Through the Maelstrom or something very, very close to that? Feel like I remember something to that effect. Next, we have Baritine Croc. And they're to the south, right? I seem to recall they're like a bit to the south, I feel like. Or maybe I completely misremember. Never mind, we will not need to figure that out, because we're going to Thornmarge. And I'll get to see the remade version of Thornmarge Hard. Kupo, who in the Seventh Hells are they? Meddling adventurers, I'd wager. Moggle Scar to arms, defend the king, Kupo.
Looks all the same to me so far.
Maybe they changed the Oh, this looks a little different. I don't remember that being a mechanic. Usually, I guess the Moogles die so quickly that they don't even get to do a mechanic. So maybe that's the reason. Palm Holy. But without the stun. The attacks and the priority of the Moogles changed, and the second phase changed. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. That's a new thing.
Our foe is formidable, Kupo, but surely they are no match for our king. Hail to the king, Kupo!
Hail to the Kupo, I mean king. Whoops.
You shall suffer for your transgression against my subjects.
Now that's a lot of damage. And now our battle begins in earnest. Moggle Scar to arms. Your king has need of you.
And then he just summons two of them as an attack. That's a much less hectic version of this fight. Oof. Oof.
Ha!
Palm Holy. Ow. Good King's Decree. Moogle go round. Oh boy. Oh dear. Run. Oh, what? A double tank buster at level 50? That's a lot of mechanics that you don't normally see until like level 70 or 80 that they've introduced already.
Let us skedaddle.
Yoink. Wait, I want something? I want a gun. And a weapon coffer. And everyone left before I could even say hi.
You did it, Kupo! You did it! Good King Moggle Mark the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Moogles Guard when you did. Thank you, Caetsu. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Puknipak that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Ryo at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain.
Well, we're certainly gonna equip this new weapon. And if it looks funny, that's even better. Ah, yes. Finally, a weapon befitting my stature. Glam of the fork on your toothpick? Well, here's the thing. It's actually the best toothpick that we have right now. Also this. Just extends. Now the unfortunate part is that you need the crafted version to get the like spell effects on it that makes it way cooler. And we don't have that. That's not a drop. The fork of a Regatin. The big fork. Hey Riot. Well, hey Puknipak. Wait, where am I? Oh. I guess I missed. Hey Puknipak.
Puknipak? Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Moggle Mark the 12th, may his magnificent virtues serve as an example to us all, has fallen. All Moogle kind owes you a debt, Kupo. I sense Ryo wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption.
Thanks.
Your bravery in service to the Twelveswood and her Moogles shall not be forgotten, Caetsu. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the woman responsible. Pray return to the Lotus stand.
That rhymes with waking sands.
And treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind.
Imagine you just log out now.
At least it makes sounds when you sheath the weapon.
That's true. It makes the moogliest sounds. White Mage questline? Yeah, that's where Ryo mainly shows up, I believe.
The Elder Seats here is expecting you, ma'am. May I show you in?
Yes.
Caetsu, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus, I have two reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch.
Well, I found the king, praise be, and beat him really hard. And then I took his breakfast fork.
Then it is as we feared.
He is missing an eating utensil. Exactly what we feared.
The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Moogles don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of.
Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through a combination of the power contained in crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Moogles called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the aether which comprised him instead being scattered to the four winds.
According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same.
Which means... Ashians, this whole business reeks of their handiwork. Kupapo, They said it was a masked man who had taught them how years ago. But Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question. Confound it all! How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts?
Too many, I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation, a somber thought, but a salutary one. My heartfelt thanks, Caetsu. Already, the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss.
Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter.
The matter of which you speak has even now been settled. The Science shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll.
We knew we could count on you, my lady. While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seedseer, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and apprise the antecedent of all that has transpired.
Back to the Waking Sands. The fork of kings and gods.
Meow.
Back to the Waking Sands. Eitasaru? Is that the only, like, dungeon trial content in 2.1 then? It is good to see you hale and healthy, Caetsu. I received word from Ida and Papalimo that you had felled good King Moggle Mark the 12th, praise be. But I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was as they said, summoned with the same method used by the Beast Tribe and taught by the Asians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seedseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Caetsu. Now we farm another chest to have the Black Mage weapon? No. If we reach level 50 with Black Mage, we'll get gear as we go. The most logical conclusion is if we reach a point where we can afford it, we might as well, buy the fancier version of the weapons. In fact, I was thinking of maybe next time we pass through a main city, see what the price is of this Moggle fork, although I can imagine that on Alpha it costs an arm and a leg. And a knife. Why? Why are you giving me this? 2 Voidsent blood. Gee, thanks. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are, at long last, ready to bid farewell to Whisper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Caetsu. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Urianger. What? I'd thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our Order's history. Mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. Urianger shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Ah, yes, Alice. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Urianji, would you inquire of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something important.
Yes, of course. And Pokjack has, this is the only duty in the MSQ of A Realm Awoken. Alright, so that means we're just gonna talk a lot now. And I thought we had already talked a lot. That reminds you to remind me to go to buy the Poetics gear, begin with the accessories. Well, didn't you say something about making sure to buy it at Heavensward first? So I was thinking only if we like reach either a point where our item level is too low to progress, or B, if we reach the Poetics cap, I think there would be reason to buy the gear. What do you think about that? And remember that Crystal Tower is mandatory now. We will do Crystal Tower when the game tells us to do Crystal Tower. Then it'll land chronologically where the developers felt it was necessary to have seen it. Like where they would feel that story-wise it would make sense that you would go there.
Thou art ever welcome, Caetsu, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave, unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest that this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history. In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the great unknown, only to find that the banner of his ancestor faded by the eons. Only to find there the banner of his ancestor faded by the eons. And still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Be not offended, Caetsu. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. Would that the same could be said of...
Cutscene. Or what?
Ah! Whence came that cry? The solar. 12 for Fent, the antecedent.
Run. I will go. I'm the most well equipped to save Minfilia from slipping. Sleeping.
Caetsu, you must.
Better watch a replay of what just happened.
Tell me, Louisoire, would you have done the same?
Louisoire Leviathan was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing.
Surprise!
An Asian here? How?
How readily you see, you are indeed gifted, antecedent.
But you are not like the others, your robes.
Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia.
Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you.
He who... You speak of La Habrea.
La Habrea is a warrior. He fought. He fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes.
Then he's still...
Come, I only confirm that which you already knew. There's no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion.
You... What are...
And then Tataru walked in.
We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else.
And she can't see him.
Is something the matter? I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready.
It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct.
I do not understand.
Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with all but the chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded.
You know nothing about me. Nothing.
The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation.
La Habrea did not think so highly of the Echo.
La Habrea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master.
And if we did?
There would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind.
Really?
I leave, as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends.
Wait! Stay where you are! Ah!
Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder?
I come in peace. Don't approach me, or this happens.
I take it there's no need to explain.
Nah, I saw literally everything that just happened. We literally got the meanwhile reimagining of what just happened.
Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill.
I heard a cry. What happened? Are you all right?
You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldesion. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it.
An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands, yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen?
I know not and care not. Find him, Caetsu. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to.
Pray attend me, Tataru. Bojack says, first of all, cheers for the cough a while ago and for my cape. Wait. Yeah, exactly. He had that cough. Well, the cough was intended to be him switching to his not Asian evil speech. You have to retire. Hope to be back soon. Good luck and enjoy. Thank you. By the way, from now on, how long until the mount stream? 12.5 hours, I believe. 12.5 hours. And then a few minutes. And also, enjoy your day, Bojack. I like how it says search for the white-robed Asian, and it just shows a circle and you go exactly where he's supposed to be. I am told that you are the Warrior of Light, but I would know for myself. See you, Bojack. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. And know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. I'll go north. You figure out what you'll do. I'm going north. You're being judged. Rude. Was that it? I'll need to remind myself I can fly very regularly. My engagement just got abruptly cancelled, so I don't know if I'll do that later or another day. So no small adventures for me. Oh, okay, excellent. So that means you're not leaving, or? When you say your engagement, was that your wedding, or did you mean something else? I remember you were talking about a wedding, but I can't remember if you said it was going to be on a Saturday, and I actually thought it was like already done. But I might remember that wrong. That translate. Well, an engagement is also something that you have to do. It's just also that engagement specifically is a word that is used to refer to, you know, a wedding, which is why I got confused. So if you just meant your plans have been cancelled, then that's also correct. An Asian conjurer. What? What? Weird. In A Realm Reborn, it seems like the Asians sure had a really large army of just regular underlings, like really, really weak Asians that were just like normal. Well, I'm glad that you found time to stay. Unfortunate that your plans got cancelled. That's always so annoying because like maybe you've been planning all day around, oh, I have these plans, only for them to get cancelled. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save she who bested La Brea could endure such an examination. Are you sure that wasn't that scary? Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? I don't know, you literally implied that you set guards at me, like that those people weren't just incidentally there, you put them there. You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Brea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that she could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again.
We need low minions in any evil organization to feel ourselves higher. I'm not going north because you go north. I went north because I wanted to. You're not that important. Yeah, exactly. I just felt like going north. You know, actually, I think I've forgotten something again. I forgot to summon Kisil to fight alongside us. Again. It also just occurred to me that we've actually had several weapon coffers that we could have used for the Black Mage. Not that we needed it, but we could have used them. The one true God, which is, of course, the good King Moggle Mark XII. Praise be his fluffiness. White as my robes. Now that would be a twist. Oh yeah, the Asians, yeah, their one true god is good King Moggle. No, the real good King Moggle, not that fake one. Thank the gods you returned, Caetsu. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Beg pardon? He was waiting for you? What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so shall it be again. Of when does he speak? And of what exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Brea. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Wow, Void Sent Blood, thanks. Let us set aside the matter of this Ashen until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets while feeding his paymasters subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the single greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father. Yes, and I forgot to answer, but yes, that cancellation means that I will stay on stream to continue bothering you. You don't bother me. Actually, it's very nice that you're always on the streams, Pokeshack. It's very nice. It makes it a lot easier to do the stream, and I appreciate that. I thought they departed. To what end dost thou linger? The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well can I imagine the antecedent's pain. Upon mine honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. When do I get my frequent customer card? If only I had one. Minfilia calling me from the room next door. Excellent. Caetsu, this is Minfilia. Forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. I literally grabbed my suitcases and ran out right behind you as you turned to go to talk with Urianger because I simply couldn't wait any longer. If you have yet to... Once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the seventh heaven in Revenant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new aetheryte in Revenant's Toll. After all, it is right on our doorstep. That's an interesting disconnect in the story. Or maybe not. Because he gave the Primal Fear quest line before I had given him this journal, which supposedly gave him the information on these primals, I'm guessing. A Tataru. Adorable small Tataru.
Oh, Caetsu, you're here. Good, good. We were all wondering when you'd show up.
As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours.
Splendid! From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Take that odd-looking fellow over there, for example. He's been eyeing us most suspiciously ever since we arrived. I cannot help but wonder if we are truly safe here.
Hey, Nero? Inconspicuous Nero just hanging out? If they can't see my eyes, they'll never be able to recognize me. That man. I can't say I've spoken to him myself, but rumor has it he's come to hunt for ancient treasures in the Crystal Tower. You've seen the structure I speak of, no? It'd be hard to miss it, that massive pillar of shining crystal that looms high over the land, just to the southeast of here. If the tales are to be believed, it's a remnant of some ancient civilization. The details remain a mystery, and that's no doubt why it's drawn adventurers and scholars from all over looking to unearth its secrets. The man over there is no exception, and if my instincts are true, he knows more than most. If you're curious about the tower yourself, you could do worse than talk to him and see what he knows. Why, if I weren't otherwise occupied with my duties here, I'd have half a mind to join you. I mean, just look at it. I can scarce begin to imagine what wonders lie inside.
Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Caetsu, I do believe it's time you officially announced your presence to everyone here inside. The antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you.
I mean, we spoke just like 5 minutes ago. And they could just call me on the phone if they missed me. I'm right here. The Crystal Tower quest series is now available from the Outlandish Man. In order to progress in the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. While you are granted a respite from your duties as a scion, use your time to probe the depths of the Crystal Tower and see what ancient secrets may be gleaned. Well, step 1, I want to complete this quest. And then we'll see if the quest actually says no. Kokjak says, where does all our budget go, Urianji? 80% in the weird crazy things that Minfilia does, 19% in the pay of the workers and accommodations, and 1% in the fieldwork. That 1% is my pay and accommodation, but we needed a budget to pay for the real work. That's why I live at the Waking Sands. It's pretty funny. I can't remember when it's said, but people that ask why it is that you have to pay for aetheryte teleportation when supposedly you're an employee of the Scions, like why are they not paying? Apparently, the other Scions get their teleports paid if they fill out the paperwork necessary to get it. Which means that the reason why the player character doesn't get their teleport refunded is because the player character simply cannot be bothered to fill in the paperwork. Hey Lowell, how are you doing? And good morning, I guess?
Well, it is certainly spacious.
It's very spacious.
Today marks a new beginning for the Science of the Seventh Dawn, for today we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. What made you the second in command, Alphino? Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea.
Oh, Eorzea! And meeting adjourned. Bye.
A moment of your time, Caetsu. I would speak of Elidibus. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Valdesian hath been met with silence. No one will respond?
Correct.
How odd. Allow me to try. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift of and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldesian, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidipus. It is possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Here's all of our budget. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Asian, perhaps? Or Ochre? Or Poosh? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the Crystal of Darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Asian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidipus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Caetsu. I discern them all around, and disturbance is too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve.
I know, it is also adorable.
I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Kryl, where are you? Oh, Kryl. Smol Kryl, with your eared robe and hood.
Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion, your intentions unclear. They survived the 7th Ardor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last, they see.
Wait, can we still continue the main quest? I thought it just said that we can't. It literally said that we can't. And Pokeshack keeping track of where we are in the main quest for me? Now we are in patch 2.2, right? And that is A Realm Awoken. Well, this earring will be completely pointless.
Truly, there's no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. The brass blade charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit, and as they have as yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been of merely monetary value. If there's even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest but in service to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Y'shtola when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do.
Pokeshak says, at a certain point you can't advance, but I don't know what mission you can't do. Well, in the spirit of science, let's see how far we can go before we get interrupted. I don't know if Lurwil missed me saying hello, or Lurwil just got occupied with other stuff. I hope you're doing well, Lurwil.
Caetsu, your assistance is most welcome. I've already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might be better spent in conversation with the Fufulupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, mayhap it will not elude yours.
Whee!
Okay, you see the message of Mama K taking pictures? Oh yeah, I did. Sorry. Let me read it. Well, let me read the one before that. I am the warrior of Candy, the Azure Toothpicker, the Capington, and still everything comes out of my pocket. Well, I don't have a secretary, so I can't do the paperwork myself, unfortunately, you see. If only the Scions had the money to pay for a secretary for me. And yes, of course, I will take pictures of small adorable K when she looks adorable. Always.
Oh, hello there, Caetsu, was it? Y'shtola said to expect you. Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than... but never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Elegant Sunway. The cart bolted off toward Eastern Thanalan, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident.
A speeding carriage? That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning. Yet the Amaljar do have a foothold in Eastern Thanalan. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek?
We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could...
Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news, or, on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Thancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amaljar friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of summness. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found.
Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere.
We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Caetsu. Yeah, that's true, Pokeshack, that sometimes the messages don't go through, but when they don't go through, doesn't the UI usually tell you that, oh, the message failed or something like that? I think? Something like that? But you could easily miss it if it's lagging or something already. Thancred just says hilarious stuff all the time. Just the way he talks. Against all expectation, it would seem the Amaljar are innocent of this particular spate of crimes, but by all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals, and in such quantities. It cannot be that we are dealing with simple thieves. If their motive were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While you think about what it might be, I shall inform Urianger of our progress, or lack thereof.
Now then.
It's a voiced cutscene. Well, welcome back, Lowell. I'm good. How are you doing? And yeah, Pokeshack, I think I remember you said that you were like, oh, this message just dropped. And you had to like figure out which ones it was or something like that. It's true, sometimes like error measures fail in their own right.
Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Ugh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
None of these are helpful because we have the Aetheryte earring. I'm glad to hear that, Lowell. Are you still continuing the Endwalker main quest? I'm guessing that's what you mean. Pokrick says, one thing that makes me laugh is that the two envoys from, well, Kugane arrive right here and Urianger finds them. Any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight? Nope. Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fufulupa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together, we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. Stopped at Venat? Big scene. Oh. I have a feeling that it could be one of two things, but I don't want to get in too much detail because it would spoil Pokeshack, I think.
And if I guess wrong, it might spoil you.
Oh, but it is good to see you return. I had given some thought to the matter, and I have just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind?
Calm yourself, Fuffalupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak?
I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor in our midst?
It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fuffalupa. Indeed, if for reasons of security the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. Ah, but such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhap not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret, to entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Mikote miner, traveling without escort, so as not to attract undue attention.
But who? I see, yes, the concern may well elect to do that, but to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Himalaya?
A fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Caetsu? You lie in wait to the north, I shall do the same to the south. Oh, you're leaving, Pokeshank? Okay, well, I hope you have a good day. Wait, no, wait, no. If you're leaving because of the spoilers, no. No. You stay right here. I hope that's not what you mean. For a second I got confused because you talked pretty early about you having plans. Maybe they were back on the menu. That's why I was a little confused there. You can stay. Though this is probably the first big scene. I can't think of a second one. I would say that there's two big Venat scenes, but whether you would both call them both Venat scenes, it's hard to say.
Forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once.
Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. Did you see that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement? Bring your branch. I'll bring my fork. Lie in wait for the thieves just down the street. But it is a really good part of the story, Lowell, regardless of which big scene you're thinking of or talking about. Mainly because most of the Endwalker story is excellent. If I stare longingly enough into the distance, I'm sure the enemies will appear before me. Oh, look! How convenient! More! Bam!
Why did those attack me? How random. Bokshak says, by the way, I'm no longer a winger? I'm a Mikote, and at the moment my FC's uniform is the Alphino poncho at the beginning of Shadowbringers and a matching hat. You have a uniform? My free company has the whole academy aesthetic, but we have no uniform. That's impressive. Do you all have that uniform then? Luel says, let's see. The scene where a random NPC gets eaten. Oh. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Now I know what you mean. I think. Oh man, that's a really hard part to take a break at, isn't it? Winger, I wanted to say Lala. Fair enough. You're a Mikote again. Well, as long as you're whatever race you prefer to play.
Stubborn to the last, as expected. You are unharmed? A gang of sea-wolf thieves, and in Thanalan no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea-wolves? All of them? Aye, and all with the same taste in facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. And Smol Caetsu is confused. Thancred, if you'd be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. To Horizon then, for Vulupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. It's very convenient to have flying for this. So convenient. It makes it so much easier to deal with.
On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. But we have not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks.
That was really fast.
Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private.
No, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him, and made good his escape.
Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that summoners we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise?
No, but he was quite strong. A sea-wolf, Lominson born and raised, I believe, but do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that.
I see. Pray keep me apprised of any developments. Yes, she's standing next to me. Understood. Why didn't you just call me? I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Let's just take that one again. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? Looks at the camera. You do, don't you? And scene. Bokshak says, but no more flying in Heavensward. Well, no, but at least there is Heavensward to be unlocked in
A Realm Reborn, it's just never any flying. And Bokshek says it's not really a uniform, we just wanted to take a picture with the same clothes to commemorate the beginning of the Free Company. I mean, that's still something. Doesn't necessarily have to mean a uniform. I believe a lot of people showed up to my character's wedding in pink. And you can probably imagine why. Lowell says, don't forget the little trick to get to the Waking Sands quicker. Well, we have tickets for that. The antecedents bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphino awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance, and he couldn't be bothered to call me directly, I understand. Some commotion or incident. I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphino has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our traitorous Brassblade, and when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. That's a short distance, but we have so many of these tickets. Floating antelope. Oh, there you are. Hey, and Alphino? You're late. No matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You are familiar with Doma, yes? In Othard? Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, it is ruled by the Gallian Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I shall be very interested to hear their tale, and, more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do you not think? Come with me to Smol Caetsu. Unless I'm mistaken, and I'm rarely mistaken, we'll find the Domans bickering with the Sultan Swan on the Royal Promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings? Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some, and if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. My what? It sounds... I think it means a way of speech. What's with these characters? And being... and just bashing at the fourth wall right now. Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. I shall see you in Uldar. One goes, oh no, you're just gonna nod at me. And the other one goes, I just so love when you're not talking. I just remembered that we can return to Uldar. Fun. Your first mission in Rising Stones is to return to Horizon, the area near Waking Sands. That's a good point. Not very effective. The Chamber of Rule. Dun, 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 dun. Now we get to see the Sultan again, or what? The Sultan Swan. Return to Uldar, but I pray for you to return to the Waking Sands. It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass.
Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness.
Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again.
You know not what you do. And I can't see a thing. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart. I know his kind will. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alphino Leviathan, at your service. A friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique, in this part of the world, at least. Few indeed are your allies in Uldar, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. I am the most important part. Newell says, I also got my monk to 90 and still have some MSQ left to get my ninja to 90. Oh, nice! What's... Oh yeah, the level 90 ability is Phantom Flurry, right? The one that is just an upgrade to an existing attack. How does that feel, by the way? Like, you finally reach level 90 and then nothing changes for your rotation at all. It's just that something hits even harder. It's also really wild that you've chosen to level specifically Monk and Ninja. Those are both two jobs that I would definitely consider like really difficult.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Uldar are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Uldar is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed. but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
It sounded like she was implying that people would be weirded out by her being an aura. So she covered up her entire face and everything, so that isn't clear. However, Yugiri, I have a question. I have a question. Did you forget something? Anyway, Pokeshak says it feels like you grow muscles and you hit harder. It doesn't really change anything, no? Yeah, something like that. You get like you get bigger numbers and a cooler animation, but it's technically the same attack. And Luel says, I plan to level Black Mage next. I thought was that someone else? Was it... Didn't you say that you didn't like mages, or was that someone else? The random head pats that Lalafell receive. And you're going to... And Pokeshak says, God help you, Luel. That's not a class until level 70. No, it's not that bad. Luel says, I'm aware. That's why I'm going to harass Kaitsu for help. Well, you're always welcome to ask any questions you have, either in comments on my guides or on stream. And I always try my best to answer as well as I can. And there's Andromeda! Hey Andromeda, how you doing? Like, actually, I think I know how you're doing. This woman just cleared P7S and got the highest powers in our static without pots and even undergeared. Well, look at you. Are you still playing healer, or did you switch to DPS? Either way, that's so awesome. That's so good. Did you get any loot?
If I may, madam, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered so much, desperation compels me. Good ma'am, if you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people.
Momodi. Momodi, 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 Momodi. Drum says she's a sage main or something. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Now it's just the hardest one left. Well, there's 2 parts to that one, as usual. And Lowell says, yeah, no, I said that, but I don't know, a change of heart, I suppose. Maybe it was because you saw me play Thaumaturge and Black Mage a while ago and was like, maybe. I do believe you did say something like, when you watch me play, you want to play Dragoon. So maybe that's the same with the Black Mage.
Pokeshak says, I resumed what I planned to do today, so now if I retire, good luck. Yep, okay. Have a good day. If you're leaving, Pokeshak, have a good day. And Noel says, this might be a hot take, but I find Ninja Opener easier than Monk. That, I could see that. Lowell, I think, if I remember correctly, so I don't know how many of my high-level guides you've seen, but you know how each of them ends on like a rotation demonstration where I actually do the rotation in one take? Most of them are recorded as about 3 minutes, and then I use however much I need of it. The ninja one, if I remember correctly, was the one specific one of the complicated melee DPS openers that I did in the first try. So I could see how you would feel that ninja is easier than monk. I could totally see that. And Andromeda says, y'all, when I first played Black Mage, I literally had zero clue about proper rotation. I just spammed fire until my mana's 0, used ice, then tried to keep my dot up. It's not too far off. It's not too far off. The main difference is to, you know, keep your dot up first and then use fire and switch to ice. It is very close to, like, just the broad sense of what you're explaining is actually the low-level Black Mage rotation. It isn't that complicated, it's just, it sounds a lot more complicated than it is.
Hells, why didn't you say so sooner, Caetsu? Course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day, to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, see? But just sent word that they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Ha ha! Go and call on Flurry and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the little prince's order to the Wakened Sands. Oh, they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight.
You got it. Noel says, maybe I might buy a boost for Black Mage. I think you would find it a lot easier to learn if you level it manually. And if you like learning jobs, I would say that it would be a disservice to yourself to buy a boost for any job. Speaking from the experience of me leveling all jobs manually, I've never bought a boost for Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, Catherine. My, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard her instructions. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. I normally want to question Mistress Momodi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man who can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Sure, but what if you don't have a place to stay? And Noel says, the part of the monk rotation that gets me is the first time using perfect balance. I already have Leaden Fist, but I override it, but using Tornado Kick after the first perfect balance. If that makes sense. I always seem to override Leaden Fist. I think... Lowell, do you have the setting... let me just see. Do you have set your statuses so that they're split up in 3 different ones? Because... Oh, the game crashed. Let me just start the game again. Sorry about that. I'm just hiding behind
a little background so you don't have to watch me frantically try to write my private information in without showing you. And then we're getting back in. That's been a while since it crashed on stream before. Sorry about that. But my question still stands, Lowell. Have you gone into the HUD layout and set it so that you have 3 or 4 separate buff groups? Do you know what I'm talking about? Let me just find what I was looking for again. Did I lose you, Lewell?
They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Nugiri it's all in hand.
I dared not hope for such magnanimity, much less expected. Mistress Momodi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly.
And Alphina's back?
Lady Yugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience? Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Alphino. I swear we shall return the favor.
Not as owed, Lady Yugiri.
For naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us on the Royal Promenade.
Might be promenade.
See, Lowell says, I think I'm just not used to look at where I placed it. I have to place it better. My dots are always up, and I dart at teammates' health often too.
My recommendation is, if you go into the HUD layout, I don't know how many you have set it to, but if you go to these statuses here and split it into 4, I'm pretty sure that the conditional enhancements will specifically include Leaden Fist and I can't remember the buff from Twin Snakes, whatever that one's called. What I would do is take that box and move it closer to your action bars. If you have your job gauge somewhere specific, it might help you to put it close to that, so that it like extends as an extra part of your job gauge almost. I think that might help. However, you might not be too surprised to know that my biggest problem when recording my demonstration of the monk rotation was keeping an overview of what buffs I had and didn't have applied, which is pretty much what you're describing. So I don't think it's such an uncommon problem, Lowell. You'll get over it with more practice.
I imagine if you practice enough, what's gonna happen is that you will get it so close, so much into your muscle memory that you will just automatically do the sequence correctly. Just a moment. Whoops. Someone in my free company asked me about some specific information regarding the mount farm tomorrow, so I kind of have to answer them. Right. Okay, Ravan, you've waited long enough with me just standing here staring at you. Or staring at your legs, more like.
A pleasure, Caetsu. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
Actually, I think on this particular point, Lolorito's sort of right, but at the same time, he said a few years ago she's had plenty of time to change her mind or grow, like, you know.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Oh dear.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, Accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
We get to choose a die. Or Gil. I think the Gil is more helpful for us. Lowell says, also it feels real nice to be in Endwalker. Being at the Aetherytes and having an abundance of people there is very nice. Yeah, I could imagine that if you're very used to like all these sort of, not empty, but clearly out, like no longer the main focus of content. Oh wow, we're already getting sides level 90 stuff.
As you observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak to his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. But I will waste no more words on him, not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of Flames.
Oh, on the way to the Hall of Flames, I just wanna pass by the market board to check on something. Here. And I believe this one, right? Yeah, that would be the one. Can we afford that? No, no, we're not spending that much money on that. No chance. But it would have been nice. So many quests. So many side quests.
The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter may be reconsidered. The Monitorists have made their position clear.
Agreed. Ul'dah is not an option. Nor Lim Telomensa or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative. A place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. I don't know, Modona? Minfilia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week, mayhap, or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Lady Yugiri, I have a proposal, if you would hear it.
Out with it, Master Alphino.
The headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Hall, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comfort of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Hall have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands. Hard labor, lest you doubt, with naught save food and shelter by way of reward.
Terms not unlike those which you yourself proposed, Lady Yugiri.
Though I would not hear a word said against our beloved Uldar, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious.
If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Elfino, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Uldan Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there anon, Caetsu.
Lady Yugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the immortal flames can provide.
I'm guessing Andromeda dropped immediately to sleep after announcing her victory. Since it's always so late over there. And Google says I will be right back. Take your time. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out from Ardona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength.
What news?
Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the immortal flames can do?
I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona.
When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on the Doman's behalf.
Very well, we should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord.
After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. This man is so nice. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Uldar, Lady Yugiri.
And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord.
Well, it sounds like we all have work to do. Lady Yugiri, let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we?
I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you?
That's a lot of people, is what I say. And finally, we are not using the brand new ring on our Dragoon set. And our item level's pretty nice, all things considered. As we speak, the Doman prepare for departure at Vesper Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Uldar. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Caetsu, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hosan when you arrive. As Lady Yugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group.
Greetings! Alphino informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance what manner of woman you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Yozan. He can tell you more. If I can find him, or is he not a child?
Oh, hello there. I'm Yozan, son of Hozan. Will you be coming with us to Uldar? I hear we're traveling by horse-bird-drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide-and-seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Yugiri told us that it's told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time.
Hey, you're not Yozan! Yozan, who are you?
Oh wait, that's a girl.
I'm Koharu. Caetsu Chaiji, eh? I didn't know anyone else was. Wait a minute, you're one of those, stallions, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a stallion.
No, scions. Then you must know Lady Yugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek, too. Oh, right, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Caetsu Chaiji.
Yes, call me by my full name. That doesn't make it weird. Hello.
How'd you find me? Bah! Guess I need more practice. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Guardians didn't find me.
It helps when you have a flying mount. A flying antelope.
Are you playing? No fair. Your son didn't say anything about adults.
I mean... I don't know if that counts, but sure.
Huh? We get to ride the horsebird carriage? I don't know, it sounds scary, but if your son says it's safe, I'll go.
Wonderful! All these children are counted. Hide and seek? I see that you're curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Yugiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Guardians found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father Homei, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you'd agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman.
Eager to be off, are you? Hey, well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Running from the blades say we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Hamalea. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, but it don't pay to gamble in this business. Now I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here is another story, so I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure the area is safe, and if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way's clear, meet us outside Horizon. The blades tell me the road there is safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. That's dire. Oh yeah, we'll be fine, assuming the guards don't rob us.
It's weird. Didn't he say between here? Wasn't that the problem? Getting to Horizon? Why do I have to check all the way over here? Did I read that wrong? Or did he mean that the road to Horizon was safe? One whole enemy.
So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word, eh?
Well fought, ma'am. Well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side.
Pray no mind, my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do.
Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us.
Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yogiri's kinsmen, least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one ever begin to repay such a debt?
In kind, father, to she who has given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's Toll will grow and prosper by our hand.
Boink.
Hey, Miss Caetsu, Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer.
Welcome back, Noel. Why did we become an adventurer? To go whither the wild rose blooms. That sounds the closest, I guess, because none of those really apply, do they? For the adventurer's sake.
So, you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now. Excuse me, Miss Caetsu. I've got a question. What's Remnant Soul like? Is it pretty?
I'd like to share that Ultimate Weapon music is really darn good. Omega music too. Yes. Absolutely. And both of them, I specifically and ironically, both of them are the kind of songs that have misheard lyrics that are really funny and probably more well known than the actual lyrics. Say, how would you describe Revenant's Toll? It is the home to the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. That's not really a description. It is a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It is a bastion of civilization in a harsh and unforgiving wilderness. It is a stone's throw from Imperial Castrum? That's an interesting choice, but technically true. I'll choose this one. It's a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers.
You mean there are lots of people there who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Miss Caetsu, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do?
Train every buy weapons and armor from Rowena. Just imagine like an ad tag flying in from the side. Train every day. Lowell says, I did the twinning yesterday and that slaps too. Yes. That is a long fall, or meme dance, as it has come to be known as. It's such a good song. I remember I played in that, like, I remember specifically that period doing it as expert roulette. That was a good time. That was like, if you got either of the other two, well, if you got, I believe it's called Academia and Nida. That one was kind of meh, but both Amarod and Twinning were excellent songs, and dungeons.
Ah, so my father was right. How do you do it then? Come on, tell me, and don't leave anything out. Alright. That's enough questions for Miss Caetsu. That's not fair. Why does your son get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day?
Yes, as long as you don't take an arrow to the knee.
Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Miss Caetsu. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Miss Caetsu and Lady Yugiri. Just like Miss Caetsu and Lady Yugiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us?
And back to the quicksand. Oh, your internet died. Well, I just said that the twinning, this song specifically called A Long Fall, or also probably more commonly known as the meme dance. And then I also said that I remember playing Shadowbringer specifically around that time where the twinning was in the expert roulette. Oh, well, it was the level 80 roulette, right? But there was no expert roulette uniquely there yet, I believe. That usually comes once the second set of dungeons or singular dungeon comes and stuff like that. So I did that, and unfortunately, you could say, it was paired with, I believe it's called Academia Anida, which didn't have as banging music as the twinning and Amarot, in my opinion. And I guess Amarot doesn't have the most exciting music compared to the twinning, but I mean, I really like Neath Dark Waters, and Amarot's theme is the same. You have a fork as a dragon slaying weapon. Correct. It's a stretchy fork. He said, also, the twinning was probably the hardest dungeon I've done, primarily because of the players I was matched with, though. Oh, they weren't that strong? Undergeared? Oh, what was wrong? You got their first taste of trolls. Oh. No, it is bearable. It is too. It's true. That's it's not just a joke. It's actually spelled bear. Bear able. Ah, Kaitsu. I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. A necklace. And level 58. It is past time Lady Yugiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan, which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slavborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yugiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting tie should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Kaitsu. First boss, they found it funny to pop every single case. Well, I've seen groups that did that by accident. But I'm impressed if you didn't wipe from that. If they do it by accident, they usually aren't prepared for it. And then it tends to result in a wipe. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slavborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We are both frontier hands, as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slavborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Slavborn is cool. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. Seven hells, Kaitsu. Why are you wasting time with me? See them to the rising stones. Oops. You did wipe, and they still did it. Pretty much just me and the tank wanted to complete it. Stack markers was just me and the tank. Oh. That's problematic. If you genuinely believe that they were griefing intentionally, the best you can do is after the dungeon to write an actual report. Because that doesn't fly. Like that should not fly. That's not okay. And they will be able to keep doing it if you don't bother to write a report. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon. Maybe they like the music so much. There's a genuine chance. There's a chance, a small chance, unless they vocally spoke it that they were doing it intentionally, that they didn't actually realize that they were doing it wrong. But if they managed to consistently break open all of the cases, then I would be surprised if they didn't do it intentionally.
Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldesian continue to meet with failure. Urianji has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. I shall not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Yugiri is here. Please, show her in. I should very much like to meet her. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answers pleases me beyond words, my lady, but are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's Toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together.
As ever, it has been a pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slavborn, Lady Yugiri. Caetsu. And you say, yeah, true, but to be honest, that was the very first time I've experienced toxicity. That's a really good ratio, yeah. If it's the first time you've met anyone that was like genuinely toxic, that's impressive, actually. The second time there was like 3 less cases broken. I think the tank didn't care because they were a warrior. True. Oh, you're making more ads so I can heal better. Oh, darn. My only weakness. And the last boss. Not expecting the Alexander theme. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a reference because it's literally like, it looks like Alexander, right? So presumably they summoned that somehow to probably cast the time spell. It's a really cool little tidbit, but there's so little lore about it. And then you ask, do the near raids go into the Alliance raids roulette? Yes. All Alliance raids go into the Alliance raids roulette. If you unlock the Alliance raid at level 90 and queue for the Alliance raid as a level 90, you could land in the level 90 Alliance raid.
all of the alliance raids are there. The only reason why you tend to drop into the Crystal Tower is because people either are more likely to be in the level 50 range or more likely to have that unlocked by virtue of it being a requirement, or people unequip gear to down level their item level so that they can only get the Crystal Tower because they don't want the more difficult alliance raids. But they do go in it. If you want to progress a specific alliance raid, my suggestion would be to manually queue for them.
Lamin and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Dome and friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Y'shtola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Heh. Double echo.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging wave to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady,
Whoops.
she will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa.
That was a misclick. I will just read it for you. My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination. She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa.
I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the...
And I misclicked
Your
again.
company is ever welcome, Thancred.
On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard. I'm sorry.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
We're still not required to do the Crystal Tower, it seems. And Lowell says... I could use a few more near glamour pieces. They do look nice. Also, the Monster Hunter collab was super fun. Ironic, since those are the only two games I play at the moment. Oh, okay. It's been a little bit since I played Monster Hunter, actually. But I was about to play it the other day, but then I ended up playing something else. Monster Hunter is really, really a good game. I had to revisit the scene where Estinian and Alizé first met. Oh yeah, the one where he thinks it's Alphino, right? And the longer you play the game, the more likely you are to speak like Urianger. Have you accidentally in real life said pray instead of please yet? Otherwise, you haven't truly reached Urianger levels. Or as long as you don't rhyme every sentence, or speak, or wax poetic, as they say. Although, would that be that bad? Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse would be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet, so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. To Limsa Lominsa then. I've noticed that instead of saying maybe you, I say may you. And of course saying things like thee. May thee have thine selves a good day.
Lowell, have you seen the clip of Urianje's voice actor? I believe it's his voice actor. Actually reading the meme where Urianje sings "My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard." Have you seen that? I think you would find it extremely funny. Pray to finish Endwalker by the time Overwatch 2 releases. When does Overwatch 2 release? Welcome, friends. I take it Y'shtola has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Danaland to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we have our faith with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Science support in this endeavor. But if, gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so.
I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes.
Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Caetsu, Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering the Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Breda has charge of the garrison. Oh, Overwatch 2 is releasing in 3 days. I see. So hopefully I don't say betwixt instead of between. I mean, it'll certainly make you sound very sophisticated. Whether that's what you want is a completely different story. A completely different matter. Hey, I've been expecting you! Scion of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask you that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture.
That's like the most Shakespeare word I can think of. Yesterday I jokingly said, "Might thee in need of mine might thee be in need of mine assistance, my lady?" Oh dear. I should have said doth instead of might. I don't know. Prithee need mine assistance. Something like that. There's supposed to be a maelstrom guy around. Oh, there. That makes sense. Now, why are you not standing in the middle of the field?
Help! Somebody of all the times to forget the restorative. Ugh.
Guess what I brought? Delicious strawberry juice.
Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you.
Now we're switched to combat mode instead of rescue mode. Nyom. Oh. Hunting target. Plans changed, folks. We're killing these first. And one more after this one. Fate you didn't participate in has failed. Oh no. There we are. That was... I got like 96 experience for completing the hunting log. I'm guessing because I'm over leveled it gives hardly anything now. But because it's only useful for Dragoon, it doesn't really change anything. I believe it was for Dragoon, right? Yeah, it was for Dragoon. Oh no. Any more? Oh. And they turn into a flower, apparently. The mutilated corpse of a Maelstrom soldier. Should you do your dailies before MSQ? That is entirely up to you. In the first week of Endwalker, I actually did most of the daily roulettes every day before I set about doing roulette or doing MSQ, because I knew that I would need to do that to be able to level all of the jobs quickly enough to be able to, you know, be able to teach others how to play the jobs in my guides. I believe I finished leveling all of the jobs to level 90 by like early, like start of February or end of February. I'm not entirely sure now that I think about it, but I think it was like early February by the time it was done. But I did everything I could to like, I pretty much only played Final Fantasy in all of my free time. I would just log on,
do content for a video, and as soon as I had finished anything that I had to do, then I would do dailies and then go back to more video stuff. And then when I was ahead, I would spam dungeons to get more ahead. So it depends on how much you want to level a whole bunch of jobs at the same time. If you don't care that much, then I think doing your dailies might be a little bit of a break in immersion, almost. It's up to you, Llewell.
You returned! Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others?
Well, dear gods. These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horn will sound any moment now, ready to sally forth when they do. You just tend to flip the coin when it's like this. Well, that also works.
Thrice damned fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells.
Peace, Commander. We're here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand. Savvy?
My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head.
Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetherite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now.
The men are ready. We but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance.
But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Substar Aetherite and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore.
In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Caetsu and Y'shtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circle round to join the infiltration unit of Y'shtola and Caetsu.
When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetherite, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle!
When last did we fight side by side, Caetsu? Too long ago, I warrant, but come, let us away.
I don't know, we sort of fought together with the Ultima weapon and that. Do you know Lahi? That is a legendary clip. Like, that is so perfect. Like, having someone in the team that makes everything for Final Fantasy XIV, that, like, having a team that loves the stuff that they make so much, not to mention knowing how to, like, make fun of it, they know to not take it too seriously, is really a blessing. That video has shot the music up there in terms of my favorites. Think of Lahi almost every day. Really? Lahi? It's been a while since I spent a lot of time in Raktika Great Woods. So I don't hear Lahi that much, but it's everyone knows Lahi. Well, every Final Fantasy XIV fan at the very least. Is it just 2 packs? 3 packs? On to the next pack. Even your friends that don't know Lahi knows Lahi anyway. Oh, there goes Lowell with their Lahi again. I wonder if my connection is lagging or if the game, like if the server connection is lagging. I can feel like there's a very, very short delay, and this amount of sending and receiving I feel is unusual.
Pray do not concern yourself, 'twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Nice.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency. Aetheryte.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Swordwalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
Such power! It is transcendent!
Oh.
7 hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial. I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Just do it 3 more times.
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It should by right be
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for
The pirates. Sorry about that.
Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Noel says, "Oh no, Mr. Yoshipi is asking to resubscribe.
Oh no! Oh no!"
I'm taking it that you don't have automatic resubscription. And it's Leviathan time. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements if his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated, yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Kill it. It's very easy, just kill it. Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure, but Limlane herself would struggle to best the Lord of the Wall in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. You got your veteran reward. Congratulations.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldek and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed 2 ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the primal, I do begin to understand why the Guardians fear them so.
What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once.
I am listening.
According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan.
One of the company of heroes?
The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual.
I am disciplined to put any store by his claim, and should it be true, it is as Yustola said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Caetsu, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness.
The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lanosea. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful.
Guess the fastest is to just go directly to the zone from Limsa. Wait, is it that guy again? The guy that claimed that they faked being in the company of heroes and saying he had defeated Titan? The location sort of matches. Noel says he'll be back. Alright, take your time. Maybe you'll be back in time for me to fight Leviathan. And yes, it is indeed him.
No, look here, you. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill.
But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill, and also before that.
Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And do you hear me complain? But I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tractome ain't a generous soul. Now, prick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you can? The tale of Tractome's epic victory over the dread primal Leviathan. Leviathan. Now, Leviathan is huge. Make no mistake, to give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide across as me, members long, and that's no mean feat, let me tell you. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage, 'cause that proved to be a grave mistake.
What happened next?
Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let me mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, there's some as say you can never truly beat Leviathan. That you've got to learn to live with him and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. Ah, it's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble him, and that don't happen much. Me members tiny. It's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviathan, but I have seen him with me own eyes. It was a fair few years back. When I was working as a baker's hand, I was shirking my duties one day, loitering about the harbour, when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent some miles off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared, I soiled myself right there and then. What? Oh gosh, just remembering that day made me soil myself all over again. Hey, wait, if you're asking after Leviathan, it means you're planning to fight him, aren't you? Well, take care, he really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. You don't say. Why, you worthless lying whoreson, I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung.
Caetsu, this is Minfilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? I beg your pardon? Leviathan? I see, that is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete, that was quick. We await you at the Morabit dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. I've never been there. Reminder to myself to grab the etherite before I go. Oh, whoops. Can't take the fast lane. I wonder if we can fly over this. Probably not. Or maybe yes? Yes! Now etherite? I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lass. I'll wager serve to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the War Leader, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate.
The war leader and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Ah, I know that look. You're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the war leader may not be pretty, but I assure she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Naldik and Vermelis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind.
It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Yustola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade.
We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Yustola, if you would join the 3rd Levy, and Lady Yugiri the 5th. But what words have I for the woman who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light.
I would echo the Admiral's sentiments, and add a few words of mine own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Caetsu. May the crystal bless and keep you.
The war leader hard.
What's the item level requirement? 68, and we're at 90. It's pretty manageable. See if there's any hunting targets worth going for. I'm thinking there's a few in Kurthus still, so let's go there. Anything in Providence Point? Boulder Downs, is that over here? Boulder Down? Natalan is over there, so let's go there first. I think there was something that said Natalan. Yep. The closer they are, the better chance there is that we will actually be able to finish the log before the queue pops. That's the main argument for going specifically here. One out of 5. An advantage of out-leveling with Fate is that all of the Fate mobs will completely ignore me. Though I believe the hunting log mobs will too. Just because of me heavily out-leveling them, I mean. Right. Next thing, we have White Brim. And White Brim and the Boulder Downs again, but where was that? Where would that be? Oh, there. Sure, let's see if we can make that trip. So I don't have to look for Boulder Downs again next time. Snow Wolf? Oh, that's a pup. Right. The dogs should be around here. The dogs. Dogs? Why are you so far away from your pups? Five of them as well. That's such a tall order. Does this still count as Boulder Downs? Are there any dogs here? There's beasts. But no dogs? Maybe near... closer to Aurum Vale. No reason to go through the hassle of setting up the damage buff. It'll run out by the time I find the next wolf, I bet. Or maybe not. Oh well. Next, we had White Brim. Anything else? No, 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 no. Just White Brim. Veritine Crocs. I'm not sure where they would be. Somewhere near White Brim. I'm guessing somewhere like over there. That's a major fate. I believe that's one that gives you like a currency to buy behemoth horns or something weird like that. I'm going to check up here first. But I guess that's not where they are then. This looks promising. And they're close to each other too. Very nice. And we need 4 of them, and there's 3. There's a 4th up on the cliff. That means we can just barely finish up our Perthus tasks. See, 1 in west. Only 1 in west. 2 in east. 3. How about Modona? 2 in Modona, 3 in Modona. Let's go to Modona then. That's completely free though. Right, it was 3. Fog fins. They're supposed to be really close. Or otherwise Fog Fence is a very large area. And I'm guessing that is the case. If I recall correctly, the Cobra should be somewhere around here. Another 5. And there's the 5. And hopefully the queue won't take too long. Oh right, it was half of a task, right? Yep. A Daring Harrier. Where would they be? The icon looks like a zombie of some sort almost. But Fog Fence is the majority of the zone, so that makes it a little difficult. Down there then. And the 5th cohort, Vanguard, is probably near the castrum, so that one's a lot easier to find. And 2 more. Do we have a final Daring Harrier? Is that it? There's 3 in the zone at a time, and you need 4 for the hunting log. That would be so typical. Moggle? Is that on my list? Is it? Or is it on this list? Strober. Oh wait, no, it's here. It's just in multiple zones. That's interesting. That makes sense. It's technically called a Moggle and it is the same mob. I'm guessing it's also even the same level. It seems there's hardly anyone in queue for trials, given that we have a grand total of 2 DPS and nothing else in our current forming party. I wonder if duty support even works for this. Nah. Wouldn't have expected it to anyway. But it would have been convenient. Oh well. Let's fight some more marbles while we wait. One more and that task should be done. And there it is. And that's also a part 1, so we get no reward. Do we have a respawn now? We do. And then we go and find that cohort. Or we go and fight the war leader instead. Welcome back, Lowell. It looks like you just came back at the right time. Wow, that's a majority of sprouts. There's no reason to use all of your cooldowns now. The boss tends to leave really quickly. Now let's help with the S, instead of trying to ignore them under the argument that we're melee. That wouldn't fly. It's better to try and help than to just leave it. Now we can switch back. You haven't done Leviathan in a long time? It's an interesting fight. It's just that not a lot happens in it, unfortunately. But a lot will happen if people are just gonna ignore the Gyrosplumes. I think we're going to wipe. Because we can't actually use the thing. Or maybe it'll be fine. It seems like it took us so long to deal with the mechanic that he just hung out. I can't remember if there's more ads in this phase. And there they are. Now the question is whether we should just try and ignore them. Just because we can. And there's no loot from this fight. Unlike good King Moggle, praise be. And here we are, in the middle of nowhere, because the quest is handed in at Limsa Lominsa. Imagine if every time you did a roulette when you finished, it would just randomly dump you, like where the entrance to the dungeon is after the fact, for no reason. Wouldn't that be fun?
Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits, but today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, ma'am. And, on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. Wink.
That's very, very real of a character to act like that.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'shtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Noel says, I'm doing the main scenario quest as well. That's why I'm inactive. Well, as long as you're enjoying whatever you're doing, that's what matters the most. You don't have to be super active in the chat. Like, I've had streams where there was a significant amount of time where no one was saying anything because they were watching. So that's also a reason to be not saying much. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Leviathan society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. Looks like we just had that the easiest way is to just run. There he is. Got business with me, Venture? So you're the woman the Admiral sent word of? I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, you must be the Far Easterner what Melwip says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, my lady. I am Yugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when first I learned of your organization, had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You are not the first person to say that, lass. Limsa's a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. Simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There's much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, Yugiri of Do-What's-It, we can get acquainted in more private surroundings. That didn't come out right, did it? Lady Caetsu, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You've been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Which sort of not really ever happens, does it? New weapon cover, but is it an upgrade? Yes, it is. Holy lance. That is a really nice lance. Wow. I like it. And that is the final quest of this patch. So let's do that one. That's a good way to round off, yeah? Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, warrior of light. To the Rising Stones for free. Noel says, I always love the sequences when we got made to play a main character. And indeed, it'll be question time in just a moment, although always remember that you can ask as many questions as you want throughout the stream as well. You know I always answer. What do you mean by how you were, like when you got made to play a main character? Oh, you mean when you get to play one of the Scions, for instance? Where you get like a different moveset and such. Yeah, a particular one I really liked is when we get to play as Grahatia. I really liked that one because it was a sort of very unique moveset.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, no less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Again, this would be super helpful if we didn't already have an earring, so we get the money. Noel says, Break is so cool. Did you know back in Stormblood, Break was a role action for mages? However, what it did back then was it was a like 2-second cast on the global cooldown that had like 80 potency or something like that, and slowed the enemy by like 20%. It was kinda weak compared to Gratia's Break. You want to play as both Red Mage and Black Mage? Well, you could try a little bit of both. Although Red Mage will probably feel a lot more exciting at first since you start at level 50. And it might be more manageable if you're used to playing a lot of melee jobs, since the melee combo sort of employs that just ever so slightly. And how can he even see through the mask? Maybe that's why he is like that. He doesn't even know who he's talking to, he's just talking into the ether. And doesn't like anyone. We take the new quest, and that's gonna be that. Another earring, that makes sense.
Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Moggle Mog XII, praise be. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Acelia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Uldar, this time come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Acelia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Caetsu, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting.
That is of course what we're doing next week, so I'll take a moment to see if there's something. I think there isn't really any. Actually, this might be a good place for a picture. And Tataru doesn't stop for anything, so we'll just have to get her at the right time. And there, that'll be good. We didn't get really something that was super relevant to what's happening right now in the story, which is why I went for that. Then we find an inn. Let's see, Luel says, Caetsu, do you play this game outside of stream? If you do, what do you do? Like, what is the Caetsu's daily Final Fantasy XIV day? I don't play the game every day outside of stream. Like, for instance, on Tuesdays, I try to do the daily expert roulette once or twice, depending on how soon I can, and whether I can get on before the daily reset, so that I'm ahead on the weekly currency tomestones. And then typically, if I need to do more than that, I do it again Wednesday and Thursday. Recently, with the PvP streams that I do, I usually get plenty of weekly tomestones from doing those, combined with 2 expert roulettes and whatever weekly content that I do. And in terms of weekly content, I do all 4 of the normal version of the most recent raid once for the weekly clear, which gives me some tokens, which can be helpful, like buying or to get cheap decent gear for roles that I don't normally play. which saves me money, which is part of the real reason why I have so much gil on my main is not so much because I know how to make a lot of gil, but more so because I know how to not spend a lot of gil and be efficient. I also check in on my island sanctuary every day that I log in. And let me just put it like this, that days where I don't do dailies or weekly stuff or stream, I often log in relation to doing some sort of research for a video. If I'm writing a manuscript for a new video, I'm almost always logged into the game while writing, because then I can easily check if what I'm writing is correct immediately as I'm thinking of it. Often, I've specifically, not so much recently, but often, I would park myself at the tree, like the little tree near the Limsa Aetherite, on my server Louisoire, because there's some people that I talk with every now and then that also park there, like just park their characters there. So I just sit there in case anyone that recognizes me would want to be able to find me. And there's a better chance of them being able to find my character if I'm standing somewhere really public than if I stand, you know, at my house, for instance. But a lot of the time that I spend in game is dedicated to making videos on my main. I don't play Smol Caetsu off stream at all. The only thing I've done on Smol Caetsu off stream was briefly logging in one time because my best friend wanted to check something. Other than that, I don't log in on Smol Caetsu off stream. Which is why if I'm doing some sort of side content, that'll have to be a stream, like leveling a job to do some sort of research, you could say, which I did. I have to make a stream to do that. But my main is typically, you know, the daily life is just, you know, dailies and weekly content, and then mainly research for videos or helping friends if they ask for something. Every few days I also have to like pass by the Immortal Flames grant company, because my free company is registered at the Immortal Flames to buy duty action, the free company actions, because as the leader of a free company, that falls on me to do, and we don't really generate our own like grade 3 duty free company actions because it's too tedious and no one wants to do it. Which is understandable. We also have a workshop, but only like one person can be bothered to do it. And he doesn't always bother to do it, which is okay. The free company isn't trying to be some big super base, it's just a gathering of friends. Do you all care about rankings as a free company? No. No? We don't really. We're really close to reaching the final, like to reaching level 30 with the free company, but that's as expected really, because the free company is like, I can't remember if it has had its anniversary or if it's close to, but most bigger free companies tend to get to the max level relatively quickly. The thing is that we're not that many people. And we're not trying to be that many people. Which is also partly the reason why the only way for me to be able to gather a bunch of people for a mount farming stream is to put it super early. Is because that's how many people we have, approximately. I managed to find the one time where as many people in the free company as possible could show. And then one among us has computer problems, so we might only be 7. which is fine. We can still manage. Maybe we can find a friend, someone on the friends list. Or maybe we'll just do the fights that can be done with 7. And then suddenly it becomes a, not a can I solo that stream, but becomes a, do I need 8 for that stream? But we'll try and see how many mounts we can get and just have fun with it. I've done a lot of preparation for that. No, actually, I believe there's my best friend does a lot to make sure that the gardens at the Free Company house always produce something. I believe we are producing Thavnarian onions, but I don't know if we're doing it for collecting them for the Free Company or if we're doing them to sell them, because I don't really care that much. I've already made grown all of my own Thavnarian onions on my main. Is Island Sanctuary fun? It's okay. It's very fun. The thing is that the instant that you reach rank 10 on the Island Sanctuary, the only thing left for you is to capture the animals that you want, either because you want those animals or because you want to optimize so that you can produce as many of one of the currencies as possible. And the benefit of doing that is that this currency can be traded for items that have a selling value on the market board. So, daily passive income, right? I've just captured a whole bunch of glyptodons, which are the armadillo-like creatures that you see in Armorang, for instance. Because I think the glyptodons are adorable. And then I just produce something every day. But it's nice, but my advice would be, if you're having fun with the Island Sanctuary, just keep in mind that when you reach rank 10, you will hurdle yourself towards running out of stuff to do extremely quickly, because you will very quickly reach a point where the only thing you have to do is step 1, check in on your animals. Step 2, check in on your crops. Step 3, check in on your granary. And step 4, plan your workshop. And depending on how dedicated you are to the project, either you will be planning your workshop a week at a time. So like you just fill in everything for this week and next week, so you only have to plan the next week following, which is basically the same as saying, I don't care that much about what's popular and what will generate me the most revenue. I just want to build something, which is the easy way, and that's what I'm doing. Or you have to log in every single day to optimize your crafts based on what's popular tomorrow, which is a lot more tedious. And then, of course, every time you want to craft something in the workshop, you will probably need to go out and gather a few materials out on the island. But my point is that you will find that there's a lot to do on the Island Sanctuary, but the instant that you max out your level on the island and run out of things to build, you will immediately realize that there's nothing left for you to do there. And then you lose the content, you could say, almost. So don't rush it. Actually, now that we're on the subject, I have a guide on how to get started on the Island Sanctuary coming soon. Because some people would prefer to know, like, what to expect, some planning stuff and such, like, do I need to prioritize something specific? If there is a choice that I can make, does it matter what choice I make? Things like that. Not so much about the optimization of the Island Sanctuary itself. And yes, there are glamour to be had. There is a full gear set, and when you reach rank 10, you will be handed an extra gear set that looks slightly similar. I believe there's also both shorts and like knee shorts to buy, so because they made that instead of having it gender specific, which is a good thing. And I believe there's one hairstyle as well, yes. and 4 mounts and like 3 or 4 minions. So there's a lot to be collected, but most of it comes from this currency, which you won't really have any to spare of to purchase all of these things until you reach rank 10. So there's quite a lot. But once you reach rank 10, your incentive to come back every day and every week is that your reward comes after rank 10 primarily. For good or bad. How easy is it to get them? The currency, so me doing the most slacking version of dealing with the Island Sanctuary I could possibly imagine, I am not trying very hard. I generate like 12 to 14,000 of this currency every week, something like that. I can afford like one big thing every week, which mainly entails mounts and such. But I believe the hairstyle is a little cheaper, so it's not difficult, it's just time consuming. But if you were to start on the Island Sanctuary today, my one piece of advice is this. Do not spend any of the blue currency that you get on items you want that isn't directly related to the Island Sanctuary until you reach rank 10 and have maximized your island. Because you need this currency to pay for buildings and upgrades on the island itself, which is far more important because all these upgrades and buildings increase your ability to get more of this currency. So once that's maximized, then you start to have extra currency for yourself. I have a guide that is coming out very soon, Lowell. I think my schedule says next week. I pushed some things around. But it should be next week. And it's not getting pushed around once I say that it is next week. I originally never planned to make an Island Sanctuary guide because most people that really cared about it got, it done so quickly that guides barely managed to exist before they were finished. And then the people that cared about having a guide kind of already had like spreadsheets and stuff to follow. But then I think it was Pokeshack, or maybe it was you, that asked briefly about it on a PvP stream. And that made me think of making a guide anyway. And that's a bit ago, but there's a lot of planning in making videos and making sure that they're good. So it might take a bit before an idea that I say that I will make actually comes out. Now let's see. What would be a good emote? Can we do something to showcase this incredibly pretty spear we've gotten? I don't think we have anything that works well. Maybe a weapon skill? I think that one would be funny. Yeah, I don't have victory or battle pose yet, unfortunately. Otherwise, those would have been excellent. It's really weird. It feels like there's like brief moment where I can't pause. Like right there. That's really strange. It's like it pauses after. Like it just refuses to pause in the middle of the swing down. Well, then that won't work. Maybe that? Nah, maybe this? Ah, it's fine. Maybe just this is fine. Well... let me just see if I can just go out and then back in. I need to reset so that she doesn't spam the last attack that I did. That's a good one. And maybe one other thing. What would be good? We've done that one before. We haven't used the Imperial Salute, but it would be completely irrelevant in pretty much any context I could come up with. I think that one could be good for specific kind of picture. For particular use. Yeah, all of the stretch emotes are so adorable. And also the doze emotes, they are some of the best. They're actually really good for most characters. I really love the doze emote on auras as well. Alright. Well, I know that I have to get up in like less than 8 hours to make sure that I'm reasonably prepared for stream in the morning. So I have to, like, I'm working my way over to the bed. You say, depends on the voice, of course, too. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, there's gonna be a stream tomorrow morning, hopefully featuring some of my free company friends. And otherwise, there's gonna be a PvP stream on Tuesday, as usual recently. And good night, Lowell. And anyone else that might be watching that YouTube doesn't deem worthy to be counted. Good night, good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And we say good night to Smol Caetsu, who now goes to bed. See you very, very soon. The soonest ever.